Well, that wasn't supposed to look like that. Um, a transition well done. But hi, welcome in everyone. Hi Lurker, hi Taylor, or Rice, I guess. I usually say Rice. Um, Hope you're all doing well. Today is gonna be more music, which is very unusual for me. Usually I do one music stream a week. But I've been feeling motivated and inspired, and I've decided to finally um, start working on that cyberpunk album, which I said I was going to do like all the way back in 2022, maybe. Like Lilyverse was still streaming. I remember like talking to her about it. So a long time ago, and yeah, I'm finally doing it. So the track that was playing during the starting soon screen is the one we made on Wednesday. And it's basically the same. I've tweaked like a few things. I've added a bit more like progression into things. But for the most part, it is basically the same. I just mixed it a bit better. So yeah, that one is still technically a work in progress, but pretty much complete. Now I said cyberpunk, but today is not going to be very cyberpunk. It's going to be more like of an introduction, because the album, the idea is to have a story with it where the protagonist arrives in this new city, and it's basically the cliche of the city of dreams, right? And so it's full of opportunities. It's the dream place to be, right? And eventually shenanigans happen, and they end up in trouble. And I don't know yet clearly how exactly the story is going to go, but that's like the broad overview. And so this one is going to be the more like hopeful, dreamy, fun side, uh, and it might be the intro, or because I love happy endings, so I'll spoil things, but it is going to have a happy ending for sure. That's just how I am. So it might be the outro. I don't know, but it's going to be a happy disco like track. Hopefully, if I manage to do it. But yeah. So hopefully everything looks right, because one thing I forgot is that the layout is saved with the project template. So I keep having to readjust things. I'm going to have to resave my template. But it should be okay. Everything should be on screen, as far as I know. So yeah, let's get going. Hi, Rain. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Um, and I think for this, I might start with the drums, actually, because they're going to be the driving force, really, and a tempo. So, okay, 122 BPM is what I landed on. And for the drums, do I use samples or do I use Superior Drummer? Is the question. I think I probably want to use samples. Let's see. Let's find a kick. Kind of like this one. This one has a lot of high-end slap. Kind of like this one. It's pretty neutral. I think if we can start with this one, it's a good like all-rounder base. Send to new sample one, or actually, what I'm gonna do is remove this, and I'm gonna send to new impact. The C1 here is gonna be our kick. Rename kick. Doing good, nice. What I'm gonna do is drag it, and then I'm gonna start. It's probably gonna be 4 on the floor. Let's see. That sounds like a good tempo. $39, the Miku number. Nope. Oh, it's a 47 maybe. The best assassin there is. And then maybe a clap. Actually, let's see if I can layer. I can change it later. I'm gonna do this. I think it should be velocity sensitive by default, so. Then we're gonna need a clap, which is not gonna be used for the backbeat. Instead, it's gonna be the sort of those kind of thing that pop up every now and then. I really like this one, actually. I think that's gonna be the one. We're gonna have, nope, not you. Name, snare 1. Rename, snare 2. And clap. Then hat. think I'm gonna go with these. So we have this one and this one. And I might actually want a smaller one, so I'm gonna go with you here, and over here we're gonna have a small clicky one. To sound a bit more like drum machine like. I'm gonna make it clickier and then over here remove the reverb. So this one is gonna play pretty quick, pretty fast. Something like that. Or maybe I keep it to the max velocity to be consistent, and then just lower the volume. Is this actually hitting? Probably because we have ozone over here. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is set it to maybe -2. I also need to tell it over here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for now. Does it not rename them by the sample? So here I need to turn this into an instrument bus. Yeah, I guess I need to... I wish it would rename the outputs according to the pads. That would be pretty handy. I guess not for now. So drums. Use the open on the side, and I'm gonna go kick, snare 1, snare 2, clap, machine, hi-hat, closed, hi-hat, and open hi-hat.
Thanks
Now,
to the power of Studio
ID man.
One!
I don't even need to look anymore. Hope you're doing well. Oh, apparently I removed the snare here. Or am I blind? Oh no, it's just muted again. Gotta say, my eyesight is not the best today. So you are gonna be TM. Hi. What the hell happened there? Okay. Lowest hi-hat. And open hi-hat. Too addicted to Pocopia? I've seen a lot of people talking about it. I don't know what it is. I think it's Pokemon related. That's about all I know. Drums. Drums are green. That is an objective fact. No one can deny it. And what I'm gonna do is put them all to the maximum for the most part, and then mix them instead. I guess from within the plugin to get like a good start, so. Maybe -6. And what I think I'm going to do as well. Actually, I'm not going to do it from here. Say -9. -6. That should be a good starting point. Only on Switch 2. No. Pokemon Animal Crossing Dragon Quest Builders? That sounds like a crossover of all time. Sounds interesting. I've been waiting for why is my brain doing this? The game with the Miis. What is it called again? Tomodachi Friend. Tomodachi Life, rather. Tomodachi Friends, yeah. Friends. But yeah, because I've never played the original, and like the stream, the live presentation sold me on it. So now that we have drums, and start trying to compose. I guess I'll... No, don't do that, thank you. I'll grab Genotech maybe. Effect. Hi Kartik, welcome in. Is Tomodachi Live the really cursed game Keep played with all the custom Miis? Yeah, I think so. They definitely played it. It's really funny from what I saw. Hopefully my chair doesn't hit my mic. We should be good. think C, A, E, G. Do I go with 7 or do I go? No, that's too dramatic. Right, I'm gonna go with a bass. Do I go with a real bass? Good question. Maybe. Hi, Bim. Hope you're doing well. I didn't know it was coming to Switch. Yeah, that's the thing as well that sold me on it because I'm never getting a Switch 2. So the fact that it's coming on the first one is great news. Let's go with fretless. Argent, yeah. To slay the demons with. Honestly, I'm not sure about the bass though, because I'm gonna keep it open, but I'm gonna go with Serum. Filter one. You go to filter 1, 2, 0 random, and then you filter, high pass. That thing probably sounds like two bricks grinding together. On its own, it's not actually that violent. Like a lot of the Argent metal sound comes from synthesizers. Like you use like a neuro drum and bass kind of basses with it, or like very aggressive sounds. that blend in with the guitar. Let's go synth, blah, blah, blah. If I can type synth bass. It's kind of like a Moog sort of sound. Like slightly. It has the vibe of it, I guess. So maybe I want. Mm, mm, let's see. I think twice that would be a chorus. Then what I'm probably gonna do is have a verse that's the same chord progression but different, like softer, and then a pre-chorus that's a different chord progression. Maybe, I'm not sure. So problem is when we go to G, but G. That's a dominant 7 in A minor. This feels kind of too jazzy. if I do this, that's a dominant. Wait, actually. Right, because in this context, this becomes the major third instead of minor. Wait. No, because it would be a... No, minor third instead of major, my bad. So yeah, I don't like this because it's a bit too jazzy in bass progression, like... So I'm thinking... Make it an implied... Like, don't have a third. And instead have a 7th and a 9. Maybe. No, it's still... Let's try stuff. Hi, Z! Welcome in. Oh, got that. That it? Nope, it is not. Oh yeah, because I'm playing the root here. Need to play the 7th instead. Maybe it is fine. Maybe. Go to the beginning. Actually, I think I might prefer on D and then have B. But I can't add a note here. That's gonna sound too... Ah, actually, no, it's fine. So, I thought there was a missing note, but apparently not. Oh, we're good. Well, that would be the range of the normal bass. And in fact, if I... If this one doesn't go... Ah, come on. I really have to do it one by one. All right. I don't know how that's gonna sound. Could remove the main one here. Oh, that could be better, yeah. Compared to... I think I prefer that blend. Let's see. Actually, one thing I do need to do, I'm not used to this yet, but because we're already maximizing by 4 dB, I should have like... I'm gonna go with -6, I think. These can stay there. Or actually, maybe I go over here when it's needed. So... No, because these are still gonna... Okay, so U reset and these can go to minus... Oh, wait, no. I know how to use this thing. -6. And nothing's coming through the right thing. Why is that? I created a bus. Oh, you have to assign them manually. Jesus Christ. It's fine. clap, DM hi-hat, close hi-hat, open hi-hat. Okay, so none of them really reach -6 in the first place, but now we're extra safe. That's why I can keep my faders at unity and only lower them once I actually need to properly mix. Yeah, I guess these can go to a bus together. Maybe still experimenting with my naming conventions. I usually do buses in all caps, but then sends are also in all caps and it can be hard to tell the difference. So I'm gonna try having B for bus and S for send. That way when I export stems, because I like having stems for individual channels, but also the buses. If only because it's cool to listen to buses on their own. That way it's easier to tell. And because when you create an instrument bus, there's no way to tell Studio One to put it on the right, which I don't like, I might actually try to get used to this instead. And also because the bus, if you add like an automation, it's going to appear in here and it's going to be below your tracks. And if you reorder it to be above, it's going to also go to the left here. So I might just do it this way, get used to it. But anyway, so that is going to be the bass. And then we need the melody. It needs to be simple and catchy. This is going to be, I'm actually going to say Rhodes because I might have different types. So Rhodes, electric bass, synth bass. Oh yeah, and it reordered it because of that. Because there is a setting for these to have them on the right. Although apparently that's not the case. So I don't know why it put the Rhodes there, but it's fine. Yeah, for the melody I probably want a sparkly synth as well. That's not sparkly. Let's see. Filter. Set this to sample and hold smooth and have a bit of fine pitch. Hi Papa, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh. Right. Why did I want to play an F sharp? So are we not in A minor actually? No, that's not correct. Oh, we might be in G major instead. Although we do play, did I end up going for the... Oh, yeah. That is not the chord I thought it was. Yeah, we got the D and then a B. So we have a major 9 here. So we're in G major, I think. So instead of here. But we start the song on C. Are you continuing the song of the other day? No, I'm making a new one. I decided to finally start making my cyberpunk album, and this is gonna be one of the few non-cyberpunk tracks in it that's gonna serve either as the intro or the outro or an interlude, maybe. So this one is like a happy disco-ish track. But yeah, the one from yesterday, from the other day rather, is almost finished. I used it as the intro screen. I also have it as Be Right Back. But yeah. Actually, I'm gonna need to go to the toilet soon, so I'll be able to play it once again. I went right before stream, but apparently it's not enough. Although it's already been an hour, so fair enough, I guess. So yeah, we're in G major. So this synth, I really like the little melody. It wasn't as simple as I even envisioned. When I thought of this track, I thought I was gonna go for something very like something like that, but actually I forgot what I played before. Is it gonna give it back? Probably not. Yeah, that was me figuring out the key. Am I gonna have to go back through my own stream? Something I don't really do usually, so bear with me for a moment. I should have like saved the recording immediately, honestly. But it's fine. Let's see. Content. Wait, no, it's not gonna be in here. I need to go. Oh, maybe? No. I need to go on my actual channel page. And hear myself in real time. It's disgusting. I don't think you're able to hear it. Da, 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 Okay. Right, shut up. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see. Do this, and that way I have the very basic idea of it. Oh yeah, because that chord is not A, it's E. So maybe this. Oh, where is it? Give me my note back. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the toilet, enjoy the music from Wednesday. I'll be right back. I'll probably let it play to the end, so it's gonna be a bit more than 5 minutes. So if you need to also like do something, stretch, take your meds, whatever, feel free to do that. But yeah, see you in 5-ish minutes. Wrong buttons. We're good. I'm back. Also, hi, Green. I didn't see you earlier. Welcome in. So yeah, that was the track from Wednesday. Pretty happy with it. It definitely has the vibe that I wanted. Also, while I was back and the thing was still playing, I added the message because I just realized it might not make sense if my title is working on the cyberpunk album, and people come in and this is what plays. So yeah. But yeah, synth black. I guess melody. One. So mute this. Time for some experimentation. Right, I like that better. So yeah, that's nice. I don't think that's what I played for the last ones, but let's see. Quantize a little bit, not to perfection. That was it. The question is, where does it go after? Hmm. That would be good enough for now. Can always tweak it later. So that is the main melody during the chorus. It's gonna have multiple layers to it, that's why this is one. I'm gonna have multiple synth all layered together to give hopefully a lush kind of vibe, or maybe not. Maybe there's only one, because right now it's completely dry, there's no reverb at all. The only thing that sounds kind of like a reverb is simply the tail. So eventually there's going to be reverb, delay and stuff. For now I'm going to keep it dry. And I need to think of a second part, unless I do what I said I was going to do, and keep the same progression for the verse, and then change the progression only for the pre-chorus, which is also a pretty common structure. Right, I did play the F, so C. We don't use F currently, so and then maybe some modulation to this chord, which I have no clue what it is. A flat or G sharp. Major 7, 9. That is the third. And that is the fifth again. So it's a major 9. Like A flat major 9, G sharp major 9. Let's see if I was right. Yes! I am so good at music. I know a chord. Wow. But anyway. So yeah, if I start on C, A, E, G, which in this case I think it was a 9 as well. That's an 11. That 9, 9. It's the A that makes it, there's no A, so no, it's a 7 actually. Major 7. Right. First thing I'm going to do actually is copy this. and make a verse version of it. There's going to be toms, and then maybe something like that. I also need to figure out the length. It's probably going to be double this, so we're going to have chorus, which is going to be 16 bars, then verse, 16 bars as well, pre-chorus, either 16 or 8, depending. So over here, actually, I am going to keep these as they were. Because I like the constant pulse. So F would be major, so I can keep this one. Da 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 da. So I'll say I could go descending F, E, D, and then go F, A, D, E, F. Yeah, I think that's a good. And for this, I'll probably invert again. Keep it on D, I think. Da 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 da, and then go back to the... Yep. Oh wait, I'm done. It's... Da 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 da. So I need a copy of this. No. Oh, do I use dominant 7 there? That would make it C major again. I can also use this. But I really hear the G there. I could also just do a G without a 7. Da da da. Da da. Grab F. Which was the chord we were already on, so I'm very smart. Alright, I said no dominant, so it's gonna be... I'm probably gonna play the third over here as well. The problem is that sounds very much like a back to the chorus thing, although maybe we don't have a pre-chorus. I usually like having one, but... Maybe. I'm gonna go with the bass now. So over here, what I'm gonna do actually is make it a bit chiller. Oh, that's a nice chord though with the A over here. What is the chord there again? It's an E. So E minor 7 over A. That's a nice sound, I don't know. I don't think it fits, but god. Add some just like tension to it. Then I could go to G. And then obviously this note is wrong, but if I go to D, although I don't want to go to D, I would like the bass to stay in E, so I'm gonna have to go the octave above. Although I might change key, actually. I'm starting to get ideas, but I don't know if they're the vibe I'm going for. Maybe. Ah, the D over G as well is really nice. That one is definitely not the vibe, but hold on, what did I? That's one I don't really like. What if I did? It's funny how like when you don't hear all the notes, like it's decaying the sound of the electric piano. This one fits, but the moment you play it at the same time as them, then it doesn't anymore. Maybe because it might imply a sort of chord change. I don't know. Yeah, that one also fits. I really like this. Okay, let's hear the normal one. So it goes AG. Let's do. Yeah, I think I prefer the accidental one, honestly. Let's hear it with the synth though. Is this normal? It's not loud at all. Yeah, actually, you can have a bit more input. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. Uh, now for this, I think I. Well, actually, yeah, that's kind of odd now because we have a D, and when we stay on D, this kind of gave the impression that it was going to change chord. So if I go back to D, it's going to be kind of odd. Yeah. Add an F there. Yeah, now it gets really into weird territory because this was not supposed to fit like this. So I guess we go to G instead. So maybe I do the thing here. So D over F. And then over here we need. This says D minor over G. That's interesting. Oh yeah. G dominant 11. G add 9. Yep. That's dominant. And that's in the actual key. Assuming I didn't accidentally imply a key change. I might have. Maybe I just go for an add 9? I don't know. I think there's supposed to be different chords here. Because if I just like split them and play them at the same time as the bass, that one's okay. Yeah, they're both okay actually. They don't sound dissonant like the previous one. Right, so maybe this is a G. And then an F. But then here we lose the extensions, so... Well, for the G, I guess it's normal, because otherwise it's going to sound odd. No, actually, it's a bit spicy, but I think I like it. With just a G major 7. This is the third. Although you... Maybe I don't, actually. Yeah, we already have a D there. I guess I do want, once again, a G. Without any extensions. Right, time to listen to the progression again, and I'm gonna... It's already muted. Right. Mm, Okay, that was a very quick zoom, but okay. Or de-zoom. De-zoom? Unzoom? Something like that. Over here, I'm going to remove. Okay, are we still landing on the same chord? That is a bit. Okay, I think it is fine if I do this. What is this? What are you doing? What am I looking at? Why is it? Oh. Why does it create doubles? All right, it's because of that thing, which is really annoying with Studio One, where you can edit things like together, right? Which is super convenient. Except if you duplicate like multiple parts that are selected, it's gonna duplicate them all into the same actual track instead of each in their respective track. It is so annoying. I guess I need to be the change I want to see and go. Someone might have put a feedback submission already. Ah, right. Right, I think that's workable. So GBDE. I like this movement. And I like the upper movement here. We have E, we have B. So if I go for an actual C, that's not really gonna work, but, or maybe actually, because yeah, C has the B in there, so that can be a 7. Maybe it's already good actually, because now we have a D. So having an E, so I want to preserve the top and bottom to show that like sort of upward movement. But there's literally no C. So what I'm gonna do is have this like this. But now that one is too isolated, actually. And then... Da, da, da. Okay, this needs to be... you can go away. Because you're confusing me. So initially we had F and then G. Yeah, I'm really hearing a G now. But then we can't go up to G, so that's kind of... Maybe it doesn't need to. Blech. Blech. I don't like it. It's getting worse and worse. All right. So that's a G sus4, I think. No. What is this? Oh, C major over G. I like that. That way the motion is a lot better. And then maybe I have a sus4 over here. G sus4. Or have C over G, make this a G sus4, and the last one a G major. That is getting there, I think. So duplicate this. Oh, actually, I just realized I duplicated it, but this one was different. It didn't have the legato notes. But I guess it was the only bass. Now, yeah, I think that's fine actually. Hi, Abby. Right. Now we're gonna need a melody as well. And I guess we don't have a pre-chorus. I mean, I can still, because this goes transitions into there, if I want to, I can have my verse here and do the same bass pattern instead. So just da 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 da. I'm actually making sure now that I've done it consistently. Well, I guess for the ending, that's different on purpose anyway. So if I grab, say, these two, yep, should be easy enough to remake. Use this. Oh yeah, that was E. So there you go. Now we have the rhythm from this one. Get this. And then we need a different melody pattern. That's the verse. And then we have the pre-chorus. Which I still don't know how I feel about. I don't know about the C over G here. Also, the pre-chorus might be shorter. Honestly, this doesn't bother me anymore, so I was just too fixated on it. Da-na-na-na. So now we go, yeah, from G sus4 to G major. So right now, one thing that might bother me is that it doesn't sound as happy as I want it. There's kind of like a bittersweet thing to it. But also bittersweet like melodies and harmony. So one thing I did notice is that with the right like soundscape, they kind of give you a like comfy, relaxing, loungy vibe instead of actual sad or bittersweet. Or at least I saw it happen a few times when I was making music, so it might still be good. Like if I wanted to be happy, but it's like, I don't know. What is that making actually? Ah, the C. That's a 9. Yeah. But I guess that might imply a 7 as well, and a major 7, even though it's major, generally sounds a bit sadder. Because I think because your brain perceives the intervals on top, and when you have a major 7, like this is major, but the part that your brain really perceives is the minor triad on top of it. So like one thing as well is you might think a major chord is, generally happy, which is not always true anyway. It depends on the harmony, but anyway. Like the major is happy, and so the major 7 with the minor on top might be happy with a bit of sad in it. But I tend to feel the opposite way, where it feels more sad than happy. And then the minor 7, which is a minor with a major on top, tends to feel happier compared to being sad. So anyway, maybe that's why this feels sadder despite starting on a C major. Implied harmony and all that. I know how to play. Maybe I just played slower. So instead I go. Yeah, maybe. Wait, no, that's not it. Wrong note. But it's fine. So, arranger. This is going to be chorus, verse. How do you move it again? There we go. And this is pre-chorus. That one's a bit. Okay, getting somewhere. I'm gonna keep it simple. ADB. Maybe. Yeah. Hmm? That wasn't bad. This was a mistake. Yeah. Right. We've got something. It doesn't go up though. Da, 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 da. We have D, which is the fifth of G. I don't know if I actually want the melody to stab like that, because it might be a bit obnoxious. And then an octave. I don't know, I kind of want it to be on the same octave. It starts on the fifth of the chord, which is nice. It's consonant. And then you have a nice fifth back to C. I'm still not sure we're actually in G major, honestly. It might just be, I don't know, a simple modulation at some point. Because, like, we're going back from G to C, it's very C major like, because that would be the dominant. And usually you resolve from the dominant to the tonic. Or from the subdominant, sus-dominant. I don't know the English term for it. But anyway. Now for this, I might want to go back to this then. Because having suddenly like the E in the middle is kind of distracting. Unless I go to G. Wait, not you. Okay, so if I was on... That would be annoying to do with a single hand. Doable, it's just kind of a stretch. I mean, it's a single octave, so it's not that hard, but it's just not comfy. Better to do a simple inversion, I think. And keep the fifth. Though, to be honest, go back to E because the first chord I think is inverted. So maybe I don't want to do this at all and just keep it normal. And then keep this in both hands. Because that's a better movement. Oh, it's not actually. It does play the fifth. This note comes out a lot stronger. But there's only one and there's two Gs. So with that, I think we have a basic arrangement. Now, one thing that I did want for sure is, because initially I wasn't even planning to use an electric piano, but usually like I load an electric piano just because it's vibey enough to like get inspired when composing. But then I hear the electric piano and I want to keep it every time. It's like a kitten. I don't know, like you get a kitten from the street and you're like, we're gonna find someone to adopt it, and then you end up keeping the kitten because that's just how it goes. It's the same with electric pianos for some reason. I know that's a totally like normal analogy. Now, what kind of synth do I want though? Because I want some so chord thing. But do I want it to be like lush and modern or? Yeah, probably because it's gonna be supporting, so. I'm gonna go max voices, which is 15, not 16, because I like having a voice in the middle. So I'm gonna have a pretty in tune one and then a more detuned one. And then we're gonna have sample and hold, smooth, 1.4 hertz, sure. Fine, and 15% maybe. And then a second sample and hold, smooth, 1.6. 15%. That's too fast. 0.8 and 0.5. It's also too much. 10%. There's probably going to be more detune on top of that. So now, do I use an LFO for the rhythm? No, I'm going to use the arpeggiator, I think. Set it to pattern. One shot, I think it is. Hold on. Static? Oh, chord. And then set it to normal. Maybe I don't need the pattern actually, because I think by default there is a chord mode here. Yeah, that's going to be a lot better. So if I drag the chords, so I think something like that, and then I'll give it this macro over here for the decay time. Filter decay. And then I'm going to have an LFO that's going to control the cutoff here. Global, LFO, no, matrix rather. Filter 1 frequency. This is going to control the maximum. It needs to be free and mono. So this basically controls the max amount of the modulation on the cutoff. So if I set it to something more rhythmic and slow, like 8 bars maybe, it's going to slowly open up. And what I want, if I want a fixed endpoint, which I don't know. What I could do is just this instead. Have the LFO go, well, I guess all the way, right? This one, there we go, all the way. So now it's gonna go from literally 0 to all the way. And what I can do is have y-axis over here, y-axis over there. I could literally invert the LFO if I wanted to. So this is gonna be filter, I'm gonna say base. And it needs to go up these. Oh, I guess I can't invert unless I, aha, there we go. And then I'm gonna have this one, which is gonna be over here, unipolar, and go the opposite way, and that's gonna be filter peak. And so now I can choose what the base is of the cutoff. So where this starts essentially. And how much it opens. If I do this, it's basically fixed. Although I guess the envelope still works. Wait, actually, yeah, how does that work? Because now it should be a fixed thing, right? So I guess in matrix, my LFO3 well, that's not really how it's supposed to work. Because the LFO3 dictates how much I guess if I do this, but I expected it that if you have the same numbers, it should essentially do nothing. Like if the curve is perfect, but it still does. Which I'm not sure why, but it's fine. It's gonna work anyway for the current purpose. Actually, I don't like that this goes down to go up. So macro 3 to this. That way now they're actually the same number. What if I say, hey, this is 50, this is 50. It still goes, but anyway, it's fine. And I guess I can invert it if I want to, which might be better. I'm gonna say now as a supporting element, I think it should stay this way. So this is going to be the rhythmic or like chord, whatever. So then this now needs, does it need support? I don't think so, it just needs reverb and delay. I guess I'll add it directly on it because this is a specific, it's not really a mix reverb. I wish there was a gain here. just go louder into it, I guess. I'm gonna mix the drums now. Although I am gonna need more of them because we're still lacking a few things. Might go with the very tonal ones here. I think the ones. Yeah. You go there. Actually, I like to invert them so that they go from low to high on the piano. Name Tom 4. 3, 2, 1. And I want the channels to go this way actually. 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, there's gonna be a gap here. Nah, it's fine. Never mind, I did want them the other way. Or did I? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Tom 1. 2, Tom 3, Tom 4. Green. And I guess I need a bus, so I guess to the left. Gonna get used to... Or not, fuck you, I guess. Studio 1, can you let me be consistent? Either let me put them to the right always, or to the left always. This is annoying. This is the worst. You suck. You know what, it's fine, I'm not gonna... I don't know. Thanks for the hydrate. Hi, little poo. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. And the stretch. feel it. You seem frustrated, so I thought some self-care would help. I mean, it's like surface, like just honestly having fun. It is a bit of a frustration, but it's no big deal at all, honestly. But thank you nonetheless. So this is gonna be Tom's, and it is a bus, so I'm gonna follow my convention that I just made of this stream. If I fold it, then it's gonna have a yeah. Wait, it actually does fold the bus, but not the Toms. That is the power of Studio One. Anyway, you can be green. And I'm gonna need a... Well, actually, I'll put the reverb once again. If it's like a big effect reverb, I'm gonna put it directly on it. And I guess I'll do that now. Well, maybe having Tom somewhere would be a good help. So now that we have proper sections, I'm gonna group them. Like this. I might keep the hi-hats because it's supposed to be a drum machine anyway. Also, they're freaking loud. Let's go -6 maybe. Mild annoyance, yeah. But I hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's fine. Can you actually... No, okay. Yeah, that is a bit annoying. I wish I could like hold them to the length that I need. Also, we're gonna need some panning, so I'm gonna go too much, I think. Let's say 15. L5. R5. And R15. And then I think that's good. And I guess I'll just... There's gonna be delay in reverb on them. So let's say 6. Maybe a bit more for the lower toms. Yeah, that's better. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. How about you? Having fun making music. I'm working on a cyberpunk album, which currently has one track pretty much finished. And I'm working on this, which is not cyberpunk. It's gonna be like an interlude or something. Or the intro maybe. Though for the intro I'm not sure. probably going to be an interlude at this point, because it's not the vibe I was initially going for. And I guess over here I could have... maybe not have it at all. Probably not, because I think I'd want to lower the cutoff and then slowly rise it up again through the pre-chorus. Yeah, because it's very bare otherwise. So yeah, the drums. Is there a note again? I just got this compressor not long ago. Yeah, is there no like real-time makeup gain? And I'm gonna add another EQ. Bring back some of the low end. Go with 2. Let's go with less. Go. And once again, I'll do proper adjustments once I hear the whole thing. Doing okay. I went to the hair salon this morning, got my hair dyed. Nice golden brown. Oh, nice. Then we went for some brunch with my parents. That sounds good. Hope you had fun. Yeah, the song's coming along pretty well. Still very raw right now, but Let's see. Not better right now. And what I think I can do is in the middle. Something like that. Then the hi-hats, we're gonna need a bus as well. Which I guess is also gonna sit outside of the thing. It is so annoying. It's fine. The thumbs. Right, name this B I hat. That one sounds pretty good. I don't think. Yeah, it's making it a bit worse. I definitely prefer it. I'm not sure if it's exactly what I want. Got rid of the paper crunch, which is the biggest thing. Anyway, it's not going to be super important because we're going to be drenched with this. Well, first of all, I guess I'll use the L for this as well. Need to hit, so I'm gonna go for Opto again. Ooh. Huh. Interesting. Maybe the knee is what I want. Right, I think that's fine, and then bring back the knee. There you go, then I'm gonna clip them like the nails they are. And then the reverb with big decay. The size actually probably can stay around there. Lots of diffusion, more modulation. And then we need a gate. Last time I used this one, I'm gonna try KHS because I never use it. No, I don't like it. So, threshold. And then release to half a second maybe. Adjust the reverb. Let's see, first of all, drums together. How's the song? Wait, I already read. You have so many equalizers, this looks complicated. Yeah, you get used to it. I've been doing it for 15 years. Sounded so 80s, yeah. The gated reverb. So now all together, these are gonna need. Oh yeah, I didn't do the claps, that's fine. Okay, the reverb has too much boominess. You know what, maybe I should have the reverb in the different thing. Let's go add an effects channel. Send the toms there. So this is going to be effects, toms reverb. Drag the room here, the gate, and remove them from here. And then you go back to the drum bus. See, that's another annoying thing when you make a like instrument bus, which for some reason is different from a normal bus, it doesn't even show up in here. That is so annoying. Because I want to route, like, and it's weird because, like, for example, this bus, I can route to it. Right now, I think it doesn't show because it's not, we're like on it already. Wait, no, I don't see it. Why is it like this? So now I can't put it back into the drums? Ugh, whatever. It's fine. So we have the drums here. I'm gonna send them pre-fader. Yeah, the claps. So you are going to the reverb. And you are supposed to have reverb. Probably because of reverb by itself. First of all, I need full mix. And it might not be enough for the gate. Yeah, okay. I'll just do it the lazy way. I guess never mind. And send them by 6 dB, but I'm also gonna have to tweak the gate over here because now it's only hearing the reverb. And I guess I'm gonna have to also do that after I've EQ'd to remove. So for now it's gonna be. Yeah, but I want. You make me sick. Not you. You. There you go, that's better. And then.
I'm timed. When will they finally
Feared me smoop. The problem. Steadu, hi. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the sub club. Enjoy your emote. Can I use sidechain here to trigger? So if I go toms. Wait, that's ducking? I don't want to duck. I want to trigger that. Okay, I think it's working. Yeah, it is working, though I would like to see the level of the sidechain input. That would be nice. But I guess I'll use my ears. That sounds good. There we go. And without the reverb. not as bombastic as it was before, which is a good thing. I might raise it by like 2 dB. That's too much. No, I'm gonna leave it like this. Stay conservative, it's better than overdoing it. Why is there a hype train? Twitch, you stop that. Ah, it's a ghost train. Wanted to see what it was. Yeah, the smoop. I am finally pulled myself out of bed. Oh, nice. I'm good. I'm a bit tired. I've been having trouble like sleeping at the proper times. I met a cow. Her name was Jessica. We got married, but then she died. Yeah, that's Jessica. We ended up making a song with that one on Sunny's channel. Actually, I should probably link it. Jessica. Because yeah, it's basically something that I randomly sang while making music. And Sunny was like, we need to do something. So if you haven't heard it, oh, you saw it? Yeah. And Stelu, thank you for the gift to a little poo. You're too nice. A little poo, enjoy your silly emotes. Alright, that's good. Now over here we had the claps, which still need... I really hate the bus system here with the drums. This isn't a reason I didn't use Impact, the drum machine that's built in. And I usually put things in Sample 1, which is a different sampler, and have them on different tracks. Because the bus system with this is horrid. Like the fact that it has to be on the left, you can't change it. And it doesn't play well with normal buses. For some reason I can't route this to the bus, probably because this is the source instrument, so it doesn't want you to like loop, but it means I end up needing a different bus. So I have my drums bus and then I have my drums bus. It's stupid. But the thing is, I do want to be able to mute them together, so I'm gonna have to do it. It's so silly. Actually, if I do this, is it gonna... Yeah, it's gonna send everything through there. And now I need my... So this is gonna be bass, I guess. Drums. And this I'm just gonna name drums. Because it's the name of the track, I guess. So they all go through this. And then I guess I'm gonna use the equalizer on this one instead. So you can go. So now I have my drums. You go through it as normal. And then the toms reverb, I guess, goes to bass drums. Or I guess if I'm not going to be using this as an actual bus, maybe I could ignore it. You go silent. And then the individual channels, they all go, well, these go to the drum bus. These go to the hi-hats already. These go to the toms. So hi-hats goes to bass drums, toms, bass drums, and the reverb as well. So now, I don't know why it mutes this. Oh, because it's not part of it anymore. Now we should be good. Okay, we're good. Lurker, what the heck? Don't feed the hype train. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Kupi, Just, or N, I guess. Diaz, Sykes, and Sky Puppy. What a, like that is, actually that is a really great selection of people right there. If you got a gifted sub and you're here and you're not lurking, please say thank you to the lurker. And yeah, enjoy your silly emotes. Hi, puppy. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to lurk if you were. So yeah, now this is my actual drum bus. But that means folding this doesn't fold the tracks anymore. Studio One, why are you like this? Or I guess Fender Studio Pro now. I really hate this. Also now they're all colored different, so I guess this should help a little bit. If I do this, can already see a bit better what's going on. Right, the claps. This should be fine with just a roam. Like 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds maybe. They're too loud is the first issue here. Let's go -3 maybe. And they're also lacking a bit of punch. I want them to cut through slightly more, so let's do this first. Not that. Jesus, I keep missing. My eyesight is not good today. Where are the claps? Over there. Oh, also, my mouse does this, which is annoying. I'm gonna need a new one because it's starting to double click on its own. Let's see. That's a bit too much now. It sounds kind of odd. Yeah, especially the first two are like the middle one is kind of not sounding great because of the. You know what? Instead of using a compressor in this case, I feel like maybe transient shaper would be better. Yeah, and then I just adjust this because it's a bit much. Okay. Still too much. I think that's better. Although maybe the clap could use some EQ as well. It's another issue I can hear. Let's see. Oh, it's not looping. Okay. Yeah, it had too much boxiness here. Yeah, that's better. And then now we can readjust the volume. It's too much. Actually, maybe -3 was fine. And maybe I do want more decay. Yeah, it's going to be hard to make a decision right now, so I'm just going to leave it as it is and figure it out later. So, well, I guess now I haven't listened to the whole loop in a while. So, moment of truth. Do I still like it? Thanks for the lurk. And thanks for the hype train. I don't have fills there. Yeah, I think I like it. Over here. That was a nice fill. Completely improvised. These were when I was trying to remember which keys have the thumbs on them. Oh, it merged. You silly. Don't do that. There we go. And I can shorten it again. Did it also place the note over there or only on the end? No, we're good. Unmute, save. Now the bass needs some love. Can I? Apparently I can't fold this anymore. That works, but I need, okay, do this, this, and then the drums. And of course this one is not gonna do it because, yeah. Actually, hold on, can you, so can I send it to the drum bus, but silent? Because these go directly. And they don't go to there. So I can remove this, because this is basically the track. So I can't remove it or the track is gonna go. And now, if I do this, I have my drums. Oh, also speaking of drums, I do still have some stuff to do. Mainly these are fine. Over here I want to clip a little bit. It's actually gonna add some distortion, which is good in this case. Because it's gonna help the drums cut through more. You can hear when the snare and kick hit together. It's crunchy, but in a good way. What I'm worried about is the toms, so we'll see. Ah, that's good. Slightly crunchy, but I don't think that's bad. Yeah, that's fine. It's already such a vibe. Thanks. What I'm gonna do, instead of filtering, now that we're only using this one, you can keep full range. I might even keep this one, just to add some more focus to it. And then over here, I'm gonna EQ it instead. Okay, maybe I'm not actually gonna keep this one, because it is really too strong. Maybe if I... But I mean, we already have the bass in the middle, it doesn't matter. So the bass is gonna need some compression as well. Let's see. You can do tilt, that's good. But how do I change? This is gonna change the queue. Ah, there we go. Like that. And then to make, I just got VCQ as well. There we go. So I'm boosting the low and then compressing it essentially. Okay, I don't really like the sound. It sounds like there's a plastic hit, sort of. It's not actually a plastic hit, it just has that like kind of little noise. What I think I'm gonna do is cheat. Never mind, it's still not gonna be. Oh. That's what I was hearing. So it's not even the original recording, it's some extra punch added. I don't want it. Right, problem solved. And now that that's not there anymore, if I do need some more clarity, I can boost. So this area is pretty nasal. So with a fretless, sometimes that's what you want. Now to make the final tweaks, you do want to have it in the mix. In this case, to be honest, most of what I want is the sub and a bit of the vibe. The rest is going to come from the synth. Let's see, fat channel. I'm probably making it worse, to be fair. I think so. Both are bad, I think. That's the hard thing on stream, is because obviously you're like listening to music, you can't really take breaks like you do off streams. Oh, not as much anyway. And so, like, you get used to the sound of something and it becomes the new normal and you can't judge it objectively anymore. That's why I usually finish them off stream. So now, I think a soft support synth would be good. If I grab Diva, synth melody 2. Polysynth. I think we're now in the, oh no, still polysynth. So the low one is going to be a bit more in the background. Bus melody. This in red. Now I have to make it groove a little bit, so we're gonna need sidechain on here. Yeah, right now it sounds weird with the bass alone, but we'll see once the others are in. Because everything is going to pretty much need some. Right now what I'm going to do is, I think you can select and copy. Yes. And now it's grooving, but it's completely over the top. So, hi Scythe! How are you today besides super cute and talented? No, you! I'm good, having fun making music. How are you doing? So first of all, the melody is probably not going to need much. And honestly, this is not house music. It doesn't need 100% ducking. Now I'm going to try to make a funky guitar-like synth. Let's see how that goes. I want this. And then what I do is with the velocity, I can increase the decay. So the harder I press the key, the longer the note is. And maybe also the more open the filter gets. So I need matrix, velocity, filter one, frequency. So it does need to have and then maybe to lower the dynamic range a bit. also want the curve for the decay to be a bit more giving, so because basically pressing at the same velocity, if I have it like this, it's gonna have the longer decay, whereas this is gonna have the longer decay. So you can adjust like the curve of how it reacts to different velocities so that it's not linear. That way it's a bit easier to have muted notes instead of here where it goes already a bit open. What I think I'm gonna do as well is envelope 2 go a bit higher. And then I also want envelope 3 to go to the fine pitch. And then the harder I press, the more that happens. It's all rocket science to me, but you always make amazing stuff. Thank you. Yeah, it's stuff you learn over the years. And then what I'm going to do is have this make the pitch go woo woo. Then I can control the speed. I guess I'll go from slow vibrato to pretty fast. So this is vibrato speed. And then matrix LFO1 to fine. Add the, well, I guess I'll make another macro for this. So this is going to be vibrato depth. And that one I'm going to control with the mod wheel. And then in here, add compressor. I don't think I'm gonna add anything else. Hi, welcome in. I love serum. Yeah, it's great. I just bought it like how long now? Like 2 weeks ago, I think. I've been using Vital for a long time, since it came out. But yeah, finally took the plunge and got serum too, and it's amazing. So this is gonna be guitar synth. So I'm gonna go. I'm also gonna follow the bass probably. So oh, it does play two notes here. I guess I'll keep. Right, retrospective. That's the vibrato. And what I'm gonna do probably is set it to smooth. I don't know which one I prefer. The goal here is like to emulate the guitar in the playing style, but not the actual sound. I'm just looking for like a cool, funky kind of thing, but maybe the soul wave is the. Bend. That's not it. Ah, there we go. might add a little bit of drive. Yeah. Yeah, diode is going to be very obvious very quickly. This is basically almost the same. Maybe that's something I'll do in RC20 instead. So guitar synth. I'm gonna say bass or low. I'm gonna have 3 of these. This is gonna be left, right. That's funny with the different phases. What do I want is the question, because we're playing 7th chords. I don't want to follow. No, I'd go an octave higher. These are gonna need to be more muted. So please don't die. Thank you. I don't know if I want to play a 5th. Let's see with the chords as well. Also, I already forgot to do it. F25 and right 25. is for selected. This will be synth. Wrong nodes there, it's fine. We don't worry about dust for now. I need a reference tone as well. It's gonna get loud before. Is there a... There's the mix, but that's not really what I want. I don't think I'm gonna add noise. I was just gonna say I don't recognize the door. I guess it's the rebranded Studio One. Yeah, it is. Vendor Studio Pro. Kind of a love-hate thing. There's a lot of things we added that I really like, but also the release has been rocky with lots of bugs. Like for I think 2 weeks we could not even export a song. And it took them 2 weeks to fix it. It's kind of crazy. It sounds really weird now. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this one was not playing. And of course the notes that I still have to correct. So. It's the top note. The top note, this one. I'm not too sure about this. I used it in another track and it sounded fine because it was more spacious. I actually don't like the distortion at all. I feel like this one was fine. It obviously doesn't have any reverb whatsoever, so... Actually put it over there. Do I add a reverb? Why not? Oh, that is also a new feature that I keep accidentally triggering. FX reverb. EQ. One thing I do like is the studio verb. Nice vibe, thank you. Let's see. Actually, do I send the individual ones? Probably not, should be fine. Reverb. The drums are going to be too loud. First of all, suddenly shopping mall pop. I think the thing is I want a different mix going into it. The melody is too strong, it's already like, it has quite the tail. Hi Bells! How you doing? Here's me using Valhalla Room on literally everything. Yeah, I only had one of the reverbs. It was the free one. I forgot which one it is. But yeah, I've always been curious, but also I'm always short on cash, so I ended up never buying them because I'm like, I can get by with my current ones. So I'm sure eventually I'm gonna cave in. Let's see. Actually, I didn't do my bus over here. So add bus. starting to struggle a bit. Not sure about this one anymore. Let's see. Actually, maybe the low one. Or maybe all of them. Also, another thing that I can do. Select them all. Humanize. Velocity not so much. This, and then I need to do them one by one. Control L to make sure there's no overlaps. And that's going to make all the nodes slightly out of time. Might make it sound a bit better. Yeah, it's less like pokey. I don't know what else I can call it. Need to crush it a bit. Make it sound less clean. Now we can work on the structure, because we've been with this for like since the beginning. So for the intro, I feel like maybe half. Actually, no, the whole thing. Yeah, because that's a bit short. Or maybe not, I don't know. Since it's instrumental, it doesn't matter too much anyway. So yeah, I think I'm gonna intro, verse, pre-chorus, and I guess I'll do this so that it colors it. Chorus. And then yeah, I guess eventually bridge somewhere. Although there's gonna be a slight synth swell, which is gonna be probably 2 bars with a drum fill, and then it goes into this. So what I'm gonna do is to 1, and then this to 4. Set the bar offset over here. And then oh wait, I Control Z. Okay, I'm good with mouse and keyboard. So there we go. We have a little bit of silence when it starts, synth swell, and into there. But definitely too loud. I don't like I'll give it a try. Let's see. God damn it. Oh, because I didn't reselect when I lost it. Right, additional notes. Oh wait, I think I said I didn't want to go to D. But I mean, if it is available. Okay, that doesn't sound as good as I thought. I don't know, I'll have to listen after a break anyway. So oh, that's a loop. I did the thing again. so that way the grid is going to be aligned. That's 3 minutes. Right, I may have an idea for the bridge. So if I go that long, it's gonna be $4:47, 5 minutes. Might give myself some constraints here and say I've half the bridge, not half, this long, be a transition, maybe even less actually. We'll see. So if I had a solo chorus with like an instrument solo and then a normal chorus, it could work, but I think what I might just do is do I want to end it there? I'm not sure. Let's see. Maybe I make a modification on this. I'm going to a bridge as a like surprise thing. Like you don't expect it. I still didn't want to like kind of telegraph it by changing the ending here and then going to something pretty different. So it might be a bit hard. I'm not the best writer. Like that bunch of stabs there is pretty ear catching. So if you don't have it, I feel like it's gonna be kind of obvious that something's changing. I'm not sure. If I go let's see, I also want to get rid of these. Oh, yeah, the base is still there as well. Maybe I want it to be a bit more eccentric, because that's just weird. So you have right. I had a G major, no extensions. Oh, it was a sus4, right? So woohoo, that's a nice one. F add 11 over E flat. What? What a chord. Basically F dominant 7. That's F major 7. No. That's a C. I'm done. Because here I have C, I have F, and I have A. I don't know. I'm not good enough at music theory. But that's a great little chord. I don't know if we can use it, but so. Not a 7, right? I hear it in my head. But after that, even if I do manage to get there, that's gonna get a bit wild. I'm not sure I can return home, but what if it... But now I've lost the context by now. Wrong chords. Da, da, da. Okay. Let's try it, I guess. Also, right, I'm playing them like this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put the... remove the C here. Right, so G. And then this is 4 like this. I'm also gonna not want the fill. So then we had D sharp, A sharp, D, F, A. Da. I guess with the pedal as well. That is a lot easier. I've been doing it without the sustain puzzle. So here what I want is basically how do I go there? This is gonna get messy real quick. But anyway, let's go back with the drums maybe and make this unique. And I forgot that we had this shared, so I kind of messed it up. Okay then, maybe I should have them not be shared. And right, these were in both hands. Something like that, I think. And then basically don't do that. Remove this for now. Remove this, shorten it. You go back. There you go, it is unmessed up. Alright, and these were so now that that's done, we can go back to here. Everything's unique now, so should be good. But we're gonna need crashes here. That or maybe Da-da-da. So that is 2 bars, which would be the perfect length for this section. Because then we have essentially a time signature here just so the grid resets. Because otherwise these lines are going to be offset. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a chorus with a solo. And then a normal chorus which also serves as the outro. Which brings us to 420. I'm not gonna meme. But the number is there. And this would be pre-bridge. I just invented it. Probably not. Da, da, da. Drums. Basically big sustain. Just add to it. That way it doesn't need to be a proper chord progression, hopefully anyway. Because like going into all sorts of like jazzy chord progressions, I am gonna die in real life, probably, maybe. But having just like this like odd chord that sustains and then a big fill, it's like whatever, like anything can happen. And so there we can do hopefully whatever we want. Maybe I take 2 more measures. We have all the time we need anyway. If I put like 2 more in front, that's 133, 134. That brings us to 424. So really not long at all. So maybe I do want 4 bars. And after that, we can still add a section if we want and still be within the 5-minute mark. So that should be fine. Because I might want the bridge to be twice as long, depending. So yeah, for now, I'm gonna say add these, do this. You know what, just to give me the space, I'm gonna do this. And if we don't use it, I'll shorten it. Da, da. I'm hearing something. Okay. And it would be funny if instead of having da 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 da, I do like 3 big ones instead. Like da 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 da. And then maybe one final drum fill with the toms. Anyway, so I hear this note, a D, natural. Anyway. Okay, another D. Okay, so far we have D major. Whatever this is. So here we have a fifth, so I'm not sure I want... Is it actually that? That sounds too... I don't know what chord this should be. Because I'm hearing G, but at the same time with G it sounds kind of silly. I guess maybe it's just two. This is the root, this is the fifth. I really don't like this here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's better. I feel like the G needs to be stronger. So maybe keep the fifth. Maybe I do keep this and just... So if it is actually G, then we're gonna need the B. Oh wait, no, because it's just 2, right? Yeah, so it's an A. Putting it there is gonna be kinda... because I would like to have this line on the octave that it currently is in, so... As long as the bass plays a G, this isn't too low, I think. We should be fine. Let's see, it's over here. Guess I should just do this. Actually, yeah, that's becoming a mess. So I think you're gonna play the normal chord. Or maybe I keep it and try, because I think I did have... So I have the filter decay. Is there a key to disable this, or I guess you can MIDI learn. Can I just add it in here? ARP enable. And then the filter decay. So now here I can do this, and then actually, no, never mind. Oh no, it is a single, okay. Right, it's gonna have to be before the actual... Yeah. Okay. It's not ideal, but Yeah. Uh, that's gonna be a bit annoying. Would it be better if I made a... No, because it's gonna replay the chord. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do this. That's a whole bar. I wish it was more precise. I don't know if it's Studio One or Serum, but oh. So now the bass as well. Right, let's see over here. Now with drums, basses, roads, and chords. Is it a chord pulse that's... Yeah. It's hitting first. Right, these were full velocity, so I need to do that as well. The toms, these were full, these weren't. And then we can do some sort of solo. Also, what is that again? Heck off. Although it is already 11, which is unfortunate. I didn't do as much as I thought I would. But was very pretty nice, I think. I would like to get like some basic... Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll do it. So. And then immediately into like a big solo, potentially. Okay, I don't like the octave. Da, 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 da. I don't know why I put that before the beat. Was that on purpose? Is that what I wanted? And then what would be a good contrast? First of all, the chord pulse, I feel like I can... What am I doing? I don't need this. I'm gonna go with this, I think 16 bars. So for this, I guess I can re-enable the ARP here and put the filter decay back to where it was. And then instead of playing chords here, I'm gonna need to find a bass. First of all, like a root note. Would A be good? So do this. For 8 bars, yeah. Electric bass gets it too. And then you on A can play to an octave, fifth, and another octave. No, you do not. Why is the filter decay suddenly like changed? Couldn't it use the last value of here? I don't know. It would be funny if I started going in like triplet. Like that. It might be too much. So basically also this is not doing the thing. I guess it's easier to hear without the bass, with this one going like steadily. So although it's stacking with the sidechain, so I would have to have a different sidechain, which is not technically sidechain, it's just tied to the project tempo. But if I remove it, actually not you, if I remove from the chord pulse, it'll be fun, but I feel like it will kind of completely like mess all the vibes. So I don't think I will. But fun idea. Quantize the end. Oh no, that's reset. Control Q is the end. And then length 16. So that is 4 bars into the bridge. Not 4 bars, that's 8. If I go to give space for solo, this long. And then do I stay on A maybe for half and then go back? We could have and that's the home. I don't think we're in G minor. I think we're in C major. Or in G major, rather. I think we're in C major and modulating to whatever, to G minor, I guess, with the F sharp. Oh, wait. Wait, no, yeah, we had an F sharp. I guess modulating into the key of G major. I don't know which chord it was for, though. What chord has the... What bass is that? Although the verse was a bit convoluted with that as well. There it's a G. I guess because normally it's the dominant. So this would be the note. So yeah, we're just using G major 7 instead of G dominant 7, which technically means it belongs to, yeah, probably G major, the key. So yeah, anyway. I think that was a good idea. It reminds me of a Mitch Murder tune called In the News. If you don't know it, I highly recommend it. And it has like, it's super beautiful. It goes between like super uplifting, like the future is amazing, there's robots and, you know, technology, and then into the dark side with like potential nuclear war and stuff. And it goes like in between dark and bright constantly. And it's so good. Like Mitch Murder is my idol when it comes to synthwave. And this is, it kind of reminds me of that. It's not as good because he's a freaking master. But like the way it's a happy piece, but then it goes into like, you know, this sort of stuff. But then you go slightly like happy again in a way, or like less tense. So yeah, that's something I love. I don't know if I can put it off, but I guess for this, what I just need to do is repeat this for basically 8 more bars. Oh yeah, of course I can't duplicate this way because Studio One or Fender Studio Pro. I need to do it this way instead. It's great. So do that for 16 bars. You can control Q. Q, control Q, DD. Oh, and I can hear it. I can hear it. Oh, okay. I can't end now. Okay, so first of all, what I was playing earlier. I might not want to play this with the roads, because otherwise suddenly it's going to be gone and it's going to lose some thickness. That's not going to work, so... Thanks for the stream. My cat does remind me that it is my bedtime. Have a good night. Thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it. So over here, move this as well. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna go with the initial, like, I'm gonna keep it on the G there, so. And then go. Not sure yet. So. So over here, also I need to re-enable probably this, although, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Is that a stoat I detect? Yeah, was a while ago though, I don't know if she's still there. So these. Da 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 da. Oh, the bases, yep. Pretty important. Then we can simply duplicate this. Of course, yeah, Studio One, yippee. Select only this one, duplicate. Select only this one, duplicate. And then I also need to cut da 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 over here. Duplicate and duplicate. And I'm gonna re-listen from, I guess, the end of the verse. Just got back from doing martial arts demo. It was nerve-wracking. Ah, good job. Proud of you. Yeah, martial arts is fascinating and scary to me. Let's see. Anyway. Probably not going to be using that lead. It sounds a bit too... I don't know. Oh. Hello? Oh. Completely forgot about that. That scared me. Yeah. I might use a saxophone. I don't know. We'll see. No, saxophone is going to be too sexy for like the tension of this. So the solo will start like here. Maybe a guitar solo actually. So here we can just noodle over the same bass note and then get into something more structured over here. I feel like we can keep going like this. I'm even gonna do this. It'll make it easier. If I do this. Apparently I'm very good at aiming. Yep, this is the one. So over here we can do this. G. And when I think over here, I might simply add a more aggressive bass instead of doing this. So this can play the fifth. I'm not even sure it needs a more aggressive bass, to be honest. It is supposed to be a disco-ish pop tune after all, so... And this is where the chord pulse, I think, should be more... more like the Rhodes, actually, yeah. So instead of playing the fifth... do this. I'm not sure how I feel about the LFO going up and down for this synth. Because it feels like it dies and then comes back. I'm not sure I actually want it in the end. Like, it sounds odd. So considering the solo really starts there... like, I'm not even sure how I want to go into the part where it goes up again. Because initially I was like... Oh, maybe. Oh, I could bring back the 7th chord, yeah. Instead of going... I go... Maybe not for the G, I don't know. Or maybe I don't, and I went until we come back into the chorus. So... Yeah, it might sound odd, I don't know. Also, that's gonna be a long solo if it starts here. And those are bass, and then solos over the chorus. I don't know also what the drums should be doing. Like, do I just keep going? Oh, nope, not you. So like... Da 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 da. I'll figure that out after. Synth bass. I was not supposed to go to D, but honestly, I might cancel that, and you know, it has a range, it's fine. And to be fair, like, I think an like 5-string bass goes down to A would be like in use probably. So this stuff, this sort of fusiony disco hip hop, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know why. Sometimes I just want to limit myself to like using an E low string, but usually there's a point where I'm like, no, I want to go lower. So So we land on G. And then, yeah, we have 2 bars. So one thing that I would like to do probably is actually, why do I bother? Right there. I want to reintroduce the rhythm of the normal part. And then the drums need to change. I might just need to nope, don't do that. Hello? What is this? Ah, once again. So I assume this is it. I need to... Nope, not do that. Nope, not do that. Look at this. Mm. Hmm. Might be too much, I don't know. I think that's too long. That's simply the issue here. Or maybe like do this instead. Okay, we'll see, I guess. Over here I need... I think I'm gonna go above. And just... no need to blend them anymore, just do all. Oh, wrong node. Oh, that's pretty nice actually. Like the essentially 4 on the floor timing of the roads with the bass and the 4 on the floor kick. Okay, I don't know. It's also missing that, of course. I don't think I want this as 2. And it's midnight. Great. So this will still have the solo probably, but maybe not actually. I'm not sure, because this is a long time to solo. And by the time we get there, it's a pretty bright change. So even if I'm soloing and stuff. I feel like that's a pretty good end for a solo. So this might be a normal chorus then. And then we'd have maybe the outro is the chorus but with a fade. But I mean, fade outs are pretty 80s. And they are a vibe. Even though some people say it's lazy. Oh, you won't hear it if I do it here because it's after the plugin that I use. I put it in front. And I'm not good at doing fade outs, apparently. But anyway, that's the idea. Also, I never realized this one is detached from the rest. Wait, so post, does that mean I could use restream? Hold on. Can I put restream there? Hopefully it doesn't die. Oh, there's 2 of them now. Okay. Looks like it. You can still hear. And I can fade with the fader. That's crazy. What a concept, eh? Today I learned I can have my Restream plugin after the fader. And that way, whenever I add a plugin at the end, I don't need to put it in front of Restream every time. That is magical. Anyway, the small things that make me happy. But yeah, so I think the solo will be there. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it on stream because I need to pee, and then I need to go and grab food because it's midnight and everyone is probably already asleep. So I'm gonna have to be ninja, and I don't know what I'm gonna do actually. Anyway, we'll see. But yeah, I think that's pretty nice. It's gonna need more work than the one that I did on Wednesday. But it definitely has potential. It's not the vibe I was going for. I don't think it's gonna be a good intro. But yeah, as an interlude, potentially. Gonna... Sneaky phonia, yeah. Actually, you know what, just for giggles, let's remove ozone, or like mute it. I'm gonna add the full ozone. It's gonna get loud, prepare your ears. Incoming! So that is the sound with the pop. Because I got used to how it sounds, everything is gonna sound weird in here. Except for the ones that were like close. So I think by default it went for pop. That's the sound. I'm gonna go back to this and compare it with mine. Mine is brighter and not as full. Like a lot more sizzle and less body. I feel like this is probably better. But obviously I'll have to actually go in and properly adjust the mix and do a proper master. But yeah, for now I think that's gotta be it. Do I play through? I guess it's not that long either, so we could. I'm gonna play through it while I look for somebody to raid. That's my browser opening. Try not to die. That's Twitch opening. Struggling. Yeah, anytime I'm gonna hover over something, it's gonna freaking die. I'm gonna try raising. It doesn't like Firefox and Twitch. Yeah, anytime something loads, it's just... Nine is live. Dying because I'm loading the stream. Yeah, it's very Mitch Murder, just not as good. I like it. If you want to hear what this was somehow, like somewhat mimicking, rather, this is the track. Absolute masterpiece. Highly recommend it. I think structurally it's there. Just needs more work. There you go, that was a pretty good fade out. But yeah. Thank you so much for the vibe stream. Love watching you work. Thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I guess now that I have the longer Be Right Back stream and it doesn't have to end with perfect timing, I can actually go there. That way we hear the music I did on Wednesday. But yeah, really appreciate everyone coming by. I hope it was fun to watch, and it was a bit more of a struggle, but I think like the part in the middle, for the bridge, I'm really happy with the transition. It's definitely gonna need more work, but I don't do enough of those like fancy, you know, what would you call it? like those surprise moments where everything goes different. Because I'm scared, honestly. Like music theory is not my biggest strength. And so sometimes figuring out the chords and finding a progression that goes well together can be a real struggle. Yeah, I think this one is good. So yeah, we're gonna go and say hello to 99. 9 is awesome. I haven't been able to see him stream in a long time. Currently playing Elisa's, which I know nothing about, but it looks like a story-driven game with an investigation and stuff. So yeah, it should be fun to watch. 9 is awesome. So I hope you enjoy it over there. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. Normally I should be, but this week has been full of more yeah, my brain is not braining anymore. I don't know English vocab. Full of unforeseen events. That sounds a bit more fancy. But anyway, I'm sure you get what I mean. So if I'm not live tomorrow, I'll be live on Wednesday again. Wednesday is the most like sure one because I usually can stream no problem. I'm still trying to figure out like a schedule that I like. I think this one, if I stop having like a bunch of surprises all the time, it should work more, should work better for me. But yeah, there's always a bunch of stuff that happens. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow, if not on Wednesday. And yeah, I hope you have a good evening or time zone. Take care of yourselves. And I love you, bye! Thanks for coming. Oh, also the raid message. Once again, I was going to forget. There it is. I guess I need to start the raid as well. My brain might be shutting down. Hope the coming week is a better one for you. Thank you. Oh, that's maybe my own channel will be better. It really is shutting down, jeez. But here we are, finally, a raid. But yeah, I'll see you hopefully on tomorrow or otherwise on Wednesday. Bye!